This
Uh,
conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Welcome to the regular board meeting for the West Basin Municipal Water District, January 25th, 2021 at 1:01. We do have a quorum. First I'll call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum. And the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask, is Craig Caldwell Molitor on the phone, on the line?
Yes, he is.
Craig, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I guess everybody stand and put your hand over your heart. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Craig. Thank you very
you.
much. Now is the opportunity for the public to make comment. Mr. Shields, is there anyone from the public who would like to make comment?
I have not received one, although maybe Craig would want to make a public comment today.
Yes, and I did submit a request to do so via email. I would like to address the board very quickly. And I just wanted to thank you for allowing the public to attend the outstanding meeting last week with Dr. Snowden. I thought that was, a very important meeting and very informative. I'm on various committees with NGOs. We call them JEDI committees, which is Justice, Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion. And I am so impressed by Dr. Snowden's presentation to the board that it was very helpful to me as well. And I'm glad that this sort of thing is a follow-up to some unfortunate things that happened last year. And this is extremely important. So I just wanted to compliment the selection of Dr. Snowden and his team. And also thank you again for allowing the public to attend the meeting. It was outstanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig, for those comments. We really do appreciate the fact that you are engaged with our agency. In fact, I don't think you miss very many board meetings, so we appreciate your attention and certainly the comments you made about the diversity training. And thank you very much for sharing that with us. Okay, is there any other person from the public wishing to comment?
Not that I'm aware of, President Gray.
Are there any presentations?
There are none.
Items too late to be agendized?
There are none, Madam Chair.
Okay, item 7, consent calendar. Approve the minutes.
Yeah, we have 5 items on the consent calendar.
Okay, can you move the agenda up, please, on the screen? With 5 items, any items for any further discussion? Any items to be pulled? If not, I'll take the motion for the consent calendar as a whole.
I move we approve the consent
calendar as a whole.
I move we approve the consent calendar as a whole. This is Don. Can you hear me?
Yes, Director Alvarez moved in. Director Deere, you seconded.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, we need a roll call vote.
Oh, yes.
Roll call, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Gray, yes. Okay. All right, the consent calendar was approved unanimously. We'll go to item 8, action calendar, and 8A. Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, thank you again, President Gray, and good afternoon, members of the board and the public and staff. This item went through our E&O committee on the 14th, I believe, of January 2021, and it was moved to the board without a recommendation. The item pertains to the contract operation for distribution, operation, and maintenance of the recycled water system, pipelines and appurtenances. We have the incumbent Cal Water coming up on the end of their contract, and basically, and Frank is going to present on this issue here in just a second. We had all board members at E&O with the exception of Director Houston. So he'll go back over what he presented at E&O. But the option assigned is essentially boils down to getting direction of whether to go out to RFP for this O&M contract, which I think expires at the end of June this year, or to look at extending with Cal Water Service Company. So with that, Frank Fuchs is going to give us some background. Frank.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, directors. If you can please refer to page 130 of your board packet. So as Patrick mentioned, West Basin currently contracts with California Water Service Company to operate and maintain the West Basin recycled water distribution system, and the current agreement term is for 59 months and will expire June 30th of this year with the not to exceed agreement amount of $5,528,000. Staff is requesting that the board consider two options for the operation and maintenance of the distribution system moving forward. As Patrick mentioned, one option is to authorize the general manager to negotiate terms with Cal Water for the extension of the existing agreement. And the other option is for the board to direct the general manager to issue a request for proposals for the operation and maintenance of the recycled water distribution system. So essentially ending the current agreement. And so the following is some background of the recycled water distribution system. West Basin currently owns 103 miles of pipeline, appurtenant equipment such as approximately 300 valves, over 450 air vacuum valves, 2 booster pump stations, and 3 disinfection stations. And so as part of this agreement, the current agreement, Cal Water operates and maintains all of this equipment. In addition to normal operations and maintenance activities, Cal Water also provides 24-hour coverage for the distribution system to cover any emergencies such as leak repairs. And they also respond to underground service alerts. So, for example, before a contractor does any type of digging, they're required to provide advance notification of the work area. And underground utilities are required by law to mark the location of their utilities if they are within that work area. And so in the last year, West Basin received an average of 700 notifications per month that Cal Water responded to on West Basin's behalf. Cal Water also collects monthly water quality samples throughout the distribution system. West Basin has 30 sample sites. Cal Water also assists with investigations such as pressure, collecting pressure information or recording flow, different locations of the distribution system, and they also support with site inspections as needed. For costs, Cal Water charges a readiness to serve monthly fee of $3,000 for availability during an emergency for 24-hour emergency call-in service and a management fee. And additional services are charged on a time and material basis. So I'd like to go forward and go through several of the pros and cons for each option, starting with option 1, to extend the current agreement with Cal Water. So the pros are that Cal Water has performed the operations and maintenance for the recycled water distribution system since the inception of the West Basin Recycled Water Program in 1995. So they have over 25 years experience working throughout the program, working with the recycled water customers, purveyors, and the cities where our recycled water system is located. Nearly 1/3 of the recycled water customers that West Basin works with are in the Cal Water service area. So those customers are already accustomed to working with Cal Water because they are purchasing also potable water and both recycled water from the same company. And Cal Water has offices and equipment yards in the City of Torrance and the City of Hawthorne, which allows for rapid response as needed. So West Basin, of course, has pipelines within Torrance, and a portion of Torrance is within West Basin service area, and as well as Hawthorne is within West Basin service area. They also have a 24-hour emergency response phone number, as I mentioned. They have an on-call leak truck available to respond to after normal business hours and on weekends. And in addition, Cal Water has backup staff available in case of emergencies or any scheduled tasks. And for larger scale emergencies, Cal Water can utilize an on-call subcontractor as needed. The cons are that there would not be any competitive pricing. This agreement has not ever been bid out. And so this contract has been extended over the years since 1995. The second option is to issue a request for proposals. The pros would be that a competitive bidding process would provide the more current and comparative pricing. It would allow the district to compare costs and services from other potential vendors. And an RFP would allow an evaluation of the overall best value to the district. Some of the cons would be that if a new contractor was selected, there would be a learning curve for the new contractor to learn the operation and maintenance of the new distribution system. So that could potentially affect service for an amount of time until they were able to really get a handle of the distribution system. If a new contractor is selected, Cal Water's institutional knowledge that they have gained over the 25 years would be lost. And also, if a new contractor was selected, an outreach campaign would be needed to reach out to the end users, the purveyors and cities, just to ensure that they're aware of a change. It would be just a continuous process to make sure that all the people that work in the cities and within these purveyors that are already accustomed to contacting Cal Water, that they just know who the new contractor is. If this option 2 is selected, an RFP could be issued February of this year, next month, and staff would be able to present a recommendation by June of this year. So in the event that a contractor other than Cal Water is selected, staff would recommend to allow an overlap of services of the new contractor with Cal Water to ensure that there would be a smooth transition, because the contract would end the same month as the recommendation for the new agreement. Based on the current funds available, we would anticipate this would mean only a time extension of the agreement, and this would be something that we would need to further review with Cal Water to ensure that they would be willing to provide a time extension. Now I'll read the recommendation. The following 2 options are presented for consideration. 1, that the board approve the general manager to negotiate an extension of agreement W2637 with California Water Service Company for the operation and maintenance of the recycled water distribution system. The revised agreement terms will subsequently be presented to the board for review and approval. And the second option is that the board approve the general manager to direct staff to issue a request for proposals for the operation and maintenance of the recycled water distribution system. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Frank, for that presentation. Board members, can I have a motion for us to consider the 2 options for consideration? So discuss. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right, second on the motion. Okay, I'll second the 2 options. So now we can discuss the 2 options. So I'll open it up for discussion.
Oh, this is Don. Can you hear me?
Yes, Don.
Yeah, I just under the bad conditions we're under now in terms of the economy and disruption. I don't think a change is really necessary. I think we should continue with option 1.
All right, I'd like to hear from other board members. Director Houston, you were not at the committee meeting. Do you have any questions?
Sure. Hi there, President Gray.
Yeah.
I did have a couple questions, and one of those was, have we had any issues working with Cal Water in the last, 2-3 years? At this point, I'm not aware of any, but I'd like to hear staff's perspective on that.
Sure, Director Houston. Overall, Cal Water has provided very good service. They have very professional staff and have always been supportive of West Basin. Like with any project, there are always areas to improve on, and they have been working with us to make improvements as needed.
Okay, and then another question I did have too was, how have we been tracking expenses on the contract? I see in the contract there's areas where things could be charged to us or upcharged to us, but overall, have they been coming in under cost or under budget for the monthly, the monthly fees and annual fees that we're paying them?
Yeah, for the most part, they have been staying in budget, Director Houston. It is challenging to predict emergency repairs that are needed throughout the distribution system, but yeah, they do provide very detailed breakdowns of the costs associated that they submit in their invoices, and they do track very, very, very close. I mean, assuming repairs are similar. But every repair is a little bit different, but they are very open with their costs. So they are, we do sometimes go back and say, hey, why was this cost higher? And this doesn't, it seems like it's a little bit too high, and they are open to going back and revisiting that if that issue ever comes up.
Okay, and then, how many other vendors are out there that could do this type of work?
Well, Director Houston, it would be other potential distribution operators. We have been approached by two vendors, Suez and Inframark. Inframark is a distribution operator for Central Basin Municipal Water District. Other potential vendors could be other purveyors, either within our service area or outside of our service area.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you, Frank.
All right. Director Williams, did you have any questions at the moment? Can't hear you.
Dr. Williams, you're on mute.
All right. Yes, my question is concerning, of course, how do we know that we are receiving the best price for the service that's being provided? Recognizing that we have not had a problem with Cal Water over the terms of the agreement, but if we were asked do we believe or feel that we're getting the best bang for our bucks, what would you say? How would you feel about answering that?
Director, so Cal Water is regulated under the CPUC, the California Utilities Commission. So they do have to fulfill requirements under CPUC, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to provide a comparative cost, as you know, because we haven't gone out to bid to compare to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that it, Director Williams?
That's it for me, for now.
Director Alvarez, any questions?
I have more of a comment. I think that when you have a contract of this nature and it's been basically renewed for 5-year intervals for the last 25 years, there really is no sensitivity as to what options are available to the district. And we don't know, following up on Director Williams' comment, if we are getting the best level of service for the investment that's being made. Also, if you look at the contract and their scope of work, there are several items that I think just because of complacency and familiarity have not been delivered. Like, for example, they are to provide annually a capital improvement recommendation for the distribution system. And I requested if that was available, and basically was told that it was not provided in writing, but that there are discussions with staff and in the form of their monthly discussions back and forth, that information is made available. But it would be nice to get a written CIP recommendation. This is not to cast aspersions. I think it goes to the issue of familiarity, and at some point, it's always nice to revisit this. I think that in this period of time, when we're really looking at efficiencies and cost effectiveness, we would be best served by going out, requesting proposals. There may be more than a couple of vendors out there. To staff's comments, that we've only received two points of interest in terms of potential vendors who would be interested. The reality is that the district has indicated by its previous practices of not bidding this out for 25 years that more than likely it's not intending to. So other vendors that may be interested, you get to the conclusion that why bother to even ask? Their practice is to basically continue to extend their contracts. I don't think that's a very good management practice, and I would hope that we look to putting this out for requests for proposals. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. What is the recommended extension of the agreement? What is the time period? For how many years? Frank, or
Director, and I just want to add on that in the past, the agreements have been extended for different terms. They haven't been specifically for 5 years. They have varied. They've even gone month to month. They've gone from 1 year to 3 years to 5 years. But that would be something that you know, we could come back to the board with a recommendation. At this point, it could be shorter than 5 years, if based on what the board would be open to.
so your option one does not include a time frame. Is it 5 years? Is that what is in the board letter? Is it open?
Correct. We haven't provided a recommendation for the term at this moment.
Okay. All right. And the competitive pricing, the pricing is something of real interest to me because they have been there for a number of years. Is there, and maybe this is a question to our general manager, is there any way to look at competitive pricing without going out for full bid?
Good question, President Gray. It's a little bit difficult. This is fairly unique. I mean, there are other distribution systems out there, but one of the peculiarities about this one is a lot of this distribution system for recycled water is actually in the you know, in Cal Water's service area. I would say it's difficult to benchmark it, but as Frank, if you could, I think mention there, you know, nothing seems to be outside of the norms of just general labor and materials type pricing under a company that's regulated under the PUC. That's the kind of the closest thing that I can think of. I don't think there's anything outlandish, but short of putting it out to bid, going out to bid, the price could go up, stay the same, or go down.
What was your last part, Pat? Did you say there is a way to do it or not a way to do it?
Not like to just benchmark it. I certainly could. Most agencies are not using a contract operator for their recycled water systems that I'm aware of, or certainly that I've been associated with. So they wouldn't be relevant. But we could do some benchmarking. But Frank, any of your thoughts on that, of how comparative and competitive things are just from the market that you see right now? I've been dealing with this for 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, we could try to do some market assessment, go out and try to just do additional research, Director Gray, and then come back. If that would be the preference of the board, I would recommend at least maybe a shorter extension of the agreement to allow staff to be able to do that, because we're running up against the schedule to be able to go out to issue a request for proposals, if that's also the direction of the board, because the agreement term.
Well, my biggest concern is to make sure that competitive pricing is there. It sounds like, based on what we've heard from staff, that they do a good job. I know Director Alvarez made a point or two about needing information, and I think that could be, something that's asked of the contractor, and people do get a little complacent, but in order to make sure that you're meeting your obligations, you do end up making sure you provide the information. But the competitive pricing is very important, I think, in terms of, economically and certainly that way. So I would, and I would suggest that we ask staff to do some benchmark, some assessment. I think that is something that can be done without actually going out to bid, and look at perhaps a shorter time frame for the extension so that we can do that. Um, I know that if we do go out to bid, I heard that one of the things that would be required if we do look at another contractor is that we would have to do outreach campaigns. So my question regarding that, what is the cost of that? Have you analyzed what that would mean in terms of additional funds to do something like that?
Yeah, just to elaborate a little bit on that, Director, is that it would be in staff within the district. We would just need to basically contact different cities, different purveyors, and set up meetings, and regularly just send out information. It's more just to make sure that the staff within different cities that the district has pipelines in, that a lot of these staff members that have been familiar with Cal Water already know immediately if they see a leak and they know it's recycled water and it's emergency, it's on the weekend, they will automatically call the Cal Water emergency phone number. So it would just be West Basin staff just throughout, most likely the first 12 months, just making sure that we're continuously following up with cities and purveyors and end users. We do have also little stickers on above ground appurtenances, air vacuum valves that are throughout the distribution system. They say this equipment is owned by West Basin, but in case of an emergency, contact Cal Water, and it has that emergency phone number. And so we would have to go through and replace all of those. But it's something that West Basin would do. We wouldn't have to. I wouldn't necessarily see that as an additional expense. To hire somebody to do that.
Yeah, President, if I may add to that, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair assessment, Frank. The only thing I would add, though, is that depending on who the successful person was and their presence and knowledge of our service area and our system could impact in some way how much effort it would take to get them fully oriented and get their get them familiar with the territory. So that would depend a little bit on the successful entity or candidate. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm suggesting that maybe we look at a shorter time frame for considering the extension, and letting staff come back with information where they bring some benchmark information on competitive pricing with some assessment of the market or whatever, of the environment out there that does this. And I think Don started out with maybe this is not the time to change. I know this is extraordinary times with what we're dealing with, the pandemic, but perhaps a year extension and giving staff time to really look at the competitive pricing. there is something to say about having institutional knowledge, which certainly this has been the contractor for this project for a long time, as well as a third of our customers are in Cal Water's area. So there are some good things about it. Of course, the one again stressing is the competitive pricing that I'm more concerned about. So those are my thoughts. Would like to hear from my colleagues as we look at this. Director Williams?
Yeah, Madam President, thank you. I would be opposed to bid shopping. That usually is not a good practice. I think it would be better to tighten up the specs to where we want them to be. And our system of advertising our projects is pretty good. And we got multitude of people um, signing on to receive our proposals. I mean, our RFP. So it would be better to me if we would just go ahead and advertise, put this on the market and see what we would get. It would be a minimal of work for us because the purveyors or the vendors would be doing that work. So that's what I would rather go out to bid than to bid shop on this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. We've heard Director Alvarez and Director Deere, then Director Houston.
President Gray, I would concur and heartily agree with Director Williams' comments that it's not a very good practice to go out and kind of shop this around. This is not a very sophisticated contract, if we're being honest about it. And issuing an RFP and receiving proposals will be the best way to ascertain what those costs would be. If indeed Cal Water Services costs are the most economical, they will prevail and they will continue to have the contract, and it will be done so by demonstrating that they merit that consideration through an open and competitive bidding process, as opposed to some obfuscated process where we go out, we think we have prices that are comparable when we don't really know in actuality what somebody would charge, because we're not asking them to give us a proposal. We're saying, well, what would you do, etc. And they're going to just maybe they'll give you a number, maybe they won't. I know there is a difference when somebody approaches me about work, if they're just trying to get an idea of what that work would entail versus really getting a hard number with the idea that I would get that work, how I would respond to them. And I think that's just human nature. We respond differently if we're being solicited for free information as opposed to given an opportunity to do the work. I think we would be best served by going out and issuing the RFP, whether we do this for a 5-year contract or a 2-year contract. That is something that we might want to consider. I would think that a contract of this nature should be a shorter term contract. There is not a significant investment that needs to be made by the provider of these types of services. And indeed, some of the services they provide is just management, because they go out and contract out that work. And if you go through the invoices, you would then see that the invoices that are being submitted are have as backup invoices for other contractors that are doing the work. So with that, I do think that we would be best served by moving forward with issuing a request for proposal, whether we do it for a 5-year or 2-year contract or anything in between. It's less important. I personally would think that a shorter term contract better serves the district on these types of services.
All right, well, thank you, Director Alvarez. Director Williams, this came out of your committee, correct?
That's correct.
And Director Alvarez is a member on your committee?
That's correct.
Okay, so both of you are recommending option 2, is that what it is?
Well, it seems like that's it. That
Okay.
would be our, well, I would support that. I would not support, I'm saying I would support going out to bid, but I would not support bid shopping.
Okay, what, can I have a motion on the floor regarding the discussion we just had? From Director Williams?
President Gray, I'll make the motion that we direct staff to issue a request for proposals for the operation and maintenance of the recycled water distribution system. And that the RFP scope of work be brought back to the Operations and Engineering Committee for review prior to issuance.
All right, is there a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right, any discussion on the motion?
Here, this is Director Houston. I did have a question earlier. Somebody mentioned that one of these other vendors apparently operates Central Basin system. How big is Central Basin's distribution system? I understand ours is like 103 miles, but how big is Central Basin's system for a comparison, Frank?
I think it's pretty similar in size. It might be 80 miles or between 80 and 100 miles.
Okay. And this other company does that system apparently?
Yes, Director.
What was the name of it? Just so we have it again, what was the name?
Inframark.
Okay. You know, this one, to me, I feel like, you know, first of all, Cal Water's done a great job over these years. You know, they are very reputable and well known in our communities. We see their trucks all the time, whether it's if you live in their service area or they're out working on these lines. And my understanding has been they've done a good job to work with us and keep costs down and have been really amenable, even in the last, I think, year or two, to maintain cost controls. So, you know, I would have preferred to see the contract negotiated, but definitely look at options, say a 3-year and a 5-year, something like that, or even 2 years, but just have an opportunity to engage with them and see what we could potentially accomplish rather than go out to bid. So, you know, I think that would have been the best way to go, especially too, they have such a familiarity with the system. There's no learning curve there. So, you know, I understand the need to look at the costs, but I still think it would have been a better option to negotiate with them and move forward.
Okay, Director Deere, did you want to comment or shall we just vote?
Yes, my comments are pretty much, I reflect the thoughts of Director Houston. I agree with Director Houston. I'm not going to vote for this motion.
Okay, all right, then we have a motion on the floor in a second, so we will vote Director Williams.
And then,
Yes.
and the motion that we're voting on is to go out to bid.
Yes, Director Alvarez, restate your motion. You had more than just option.
That was option 1. I mean 2, right?
It's option 2.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
All right, but also the motion included the language for option 2, but also to bring, I think, the content of the contract back to your committee for discussion before it goes out to bid.
Yes.
Correct.
Including that.
Right, Director Alvarez, that was your motion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Director Williams.
Yes.
Excuse. How do you vote?
Yes.
All right, Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Houston,
No.
Director Deere,
No.
Director Gray. I'll say yes to yes, because I will take the lead of the committee with it going out to bid. All right, the motion passes.
Okay.
President Houston, I have a question real quickly, please.
Direct, Pat Shields.
Yeah, just one clarification. So pursue the RFP and to test the market, but for how many years? We talked about 2 or 5 years. Is there a preference in the direction of which one? Because that wasn't clearly stated in the motion, the term of the contract to put in the RFP.
Can I, before you respond, can I respond to Mr. Shields?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Shields, I don't think it was just the direction of Director Houston. I think it was this discussion you heard from everyone. But
Yeah.
Director can give you comments, so that's not to determine what you put in the RFQ. But Director Houston, you want to comment?
Oh, sure. I never made any comments about going out to bid and how long. What I did say was looking at if we had negotiated a 3 versus 5 year potentially with Cal Water, but that's no longer on the table. It seems like if this is coming back to committee for discussion, then obviously staff could bring back the options. Do we want to look at a 2 year, a 3 year, a 5 year? I don't know the 100% answer, although maybe, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, 2 years seems a little short. Don't you think it might have to be 3 years to make it reasonable? But for sure, you'd probably want 3 or 5 years for some continuity at the district. But I leave that up to the board and committee to decide that.
And Mr. General Manager, that's a discussion to be had at that committee for the committee members and board members to join in. So I would just bring those options as it could be arranged from 1 to 5 years. So I don't think it's just one particular board member that said this is what you should bring back. So it should be that discussion should be had at the committee, and then each board member can give their opinion on it.
Understood. We'll bring it back as long as then we'll have clarity so that the RFP is clear for anybody bidding on it, and we can hopefully get it done before the expiration of the current contract.
Right, you're bringing it back to committee, and then the committee can give their recommendations for the term of the contract.
Yep.
Okay, we will go on to the next item. The next item is item B, annual board reorganization.
Yes.
Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, President Gray. So as the administrative code section 2-1.202 officers of the board states, the board shall reorganize in January of each year at the first regular meeting by electing one of its members as president. At the same time, the board may also select a vice president who shall be a board member, a treasurer, and secretary who may be members of the board, and a deputy treasurer and deputy secretary who will be district staff members. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, President Gray.
All right, then we need a motion regarding this.
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, Steve.
District. So you do have, as you can just see, several offices here. So if it's the chair's pleasure, you can open it up to nominations per office, or if there is a motion to do a slate, that could be considered as well. But traditionally, it's taken. I think we've taken it office by office, with a opening for nominations, accepting nominations, closing the nominations, and then voting on that office.
No, we didn't. We didn't do it last time.
Oh, we did. We did.
We just
Slate last time? Okay. Okay. Well, that's appropriate as well. It can be moved in one motion if that's the board's pleasure.
Yeah.
Director Deere, was that you talking about a slate, or?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. In the past, we've had a slate, or we call it a slate. We nominated 5 offices at one time, or 4 offices at one time. I'd like to make that motion at this time, if I may.
Yes, please, go ahead.
All right. I'd like to nominate Director Williams as president, myself as vice president, Director Houston as let's see, what's next on the line there? Secretary, and our treasurer, and Director Alvarez as secretary, and Director Gray as immediate past president. That's my motion.
Okay, let's go over that. Williams, go on.
This is Houston. I'll second.
All right, let's go over it to make sure we heard everything. Williams, president. Dear vice president. Secretary was Houston or Alvarez? Alvarez or Houston?
Alvarez for secretary and Houston for treasurer.
Houston, treasurer, and past president.
You.
Is that okay? Is that an actual?
It's not an office, but we've been calling it that the last few years. It was my idea to give the member a title, and it's kind of stuck.
Okay. All right, Steve, we can add that to this slate.
Yes, I think Director Deere explained it well, that it is really a titular office. It doesn't have any force of office as the other officers do, but the board has adopted that title to bestow upon prior presidents previously.
So we can use that. Okay. And Director Houston second the slate. Any discussion on the slate? All right, no discussion. We will now vote. Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Gray, yes. Okay, that did pass unanimously, so we'll go to the next item.
Madam Chair, we still do have the staff deputy offices, deputy treasurer and deputy secretary.
Okay, is there a motion to appoint officers as follows? Margaret Moji as deputy treasurer, Julie Frazier Matthew as deputy secretary. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion. Director.
Second.
All right. No further, any discussion? No discussion, but vote on it. Director Williams,
Yes.
Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Gray, yes. Okay, are we done with that item, Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations to the new officers, and I guess the gavel now passes to Director Williams.
Director Williams, congratulations to all the officers, and I pass the gavel to you. Oh,
I'll
you got
accept it.
all right. Okay, all right. Director Williams, you're in charge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before you get in charge, let me thank the board for allowing me to be president last year and up until now. It was an honor and a privilege, so thank you very much. All right, Director Williams.
Thank you very much, team, for giving me the opportunity to serve you as your president. And we will go on with the meeting now, if I can only find the agenda.
Yep. We're on item 9.
Item 9. Item 9 would be
Information calendar. We have nothing on the information calendar.
nothing on the information calendar, so that worked out fine. The next item is item 10, which is receive and file. There are 8 items here.
Yes.
I would accept the motion to receive the whole packet, but if anyone wants to pull any item off, I'd be happy to do that.
Houston, I move it.
All right, it's been moved that we receive and file. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Deere.
Yeah.
Let's vote. Roll call, please. Hello?
Our names.
Are you calling the roll?
Can you call our names?
Yeah, President Williams, just announce each director by name.
By name, okay. Director Deere,
Yes.
Director Houston,
Yes.
Director Alvarez,
Yes.
Director Gray,
Yes.
and Director Williams, yes. It passes. Next item is the item 11 is the general manager's activities report. Mr. General Manager.
Yes, thank you, President Williams, and congratulations to you and the other officers. A couple of items to update you on. Staff has been working with the Torrance Refinery to extend their recycled water agreement for nitrified water, water with ammonia removed. And we've been working with Barkev, Margaret, and assisted by our general counsel. And we're coming to, you'll recall that the board has approved temporary extension to the end of February. So we're trying to get under that deadline to get everything sorted out so we can have this agreement extended. It's tough slugging, but it's going well. We heard the comments earlier of Craig Cadwallader about our training, our implicit bias, diversity, equity, and inclusivity training presented by the American Leadership Forum. Obviously, staff went through that and they've completed their training sessions, and the board did theirs on Friday. We certainly have gotten very strong feedback across the board for Dr. Snowden and his team, and just general approach. I think everybody found it to be very, very helpful. A couple of sort of district departmental updates. The Water is Life Student Art Contest. So that opened up on Monday, January the 11th. And I believe I sent the board, you should have received an emailed update. And there's also information about it on the district website. Staff has already scheduled 26 virtual art lessons to help students create a professional, successful entry. We're having a water recycling facility virtual tour. The next public water recycling virtual tour is on Saturday, February 6th. I have to just check on the actual time for that one. That's coming up here in the first week of February. Thank you for working through us on the paperless board meeting packets. Today is the first meeting, I think, where we actually relied mostly on the committee packets. So the board voted back in December to go paperless for the board meeting packets, with today's meeting being the first one since then. And we'd certainly like any feedback as we go forward, as you get used to it, and if there's any ways we can sort of optimize it. The full committee packets for each committee are still being printed and couriered to every director, and board meeting packets only being printed and couriered upon director request via email or call. A couple of quick reminders. Right after this meeting, we have another board meeting for the West Basin Financing Corporation. That'll be a special board meeting directly after this meeting. And we'll use the same call-in numbers, even though we convene separately under Director Williams. And just to remind you what the purpose of that is, when we go to market or to issue bonds, those bonds must be issued through the financing corporation and not through West Basin. And so that's what will be covered at that meeting, and updating on the new president and officers. See, there's some conferences coming up here. Cal DSAL annual conference, virtual conference, of course, February 10 and 11. We'll have more details on that. We have some folks and staff on the board already signed up. The registration is still open, so let me know or let Julie know if you plan to attend. West Basin is a sponsor. The Urban Water Institute Spring Conference, that is to be held on February 17th and 18th. And we have some directors, and myself and staff will be also attending that, or at least some of it. Registration again is still open, and West Basin is a sponsor. And then the ICA Winter Seminar 2021, another conference, virtual conference on February the 20th. Registration is not yet open on that one. So for Aqua DC 2021, there's kickoff with virtual congressional speeches on February 24th. These are a series of water issue focused webinars, March 17th, March 24th, and then March 31st. Registration is now open, and we'll provide more information as we get it. And then the 36th Annual Water Reuse Symposium, virtual conference, that's March 15th through 25th. Annual symposium previously held in September. Starting in 2021, the annual symposium will be held in March. Let's switch that around. And the annual Water Reuse California conference will be held in September. So the the national symposium in March, in March instead of September, and the California one will be in September instead of March. And registration is open, so let us know about that if you're interested. And of course, coming up here shortly, next week, then we have the Met Caucus, February 3rd, 12:30, and a little ways out there, but we do have the district offices closed on President's Day, February 15th. And President William, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, how about AB 1234 reporting compliance? Do you want to do that now or later?
We have the general counsel's report, number 12 first.
Oh, did I skip that? Go ahead.
Thank you, President Williams. My activities report will be in your inboxes tonight, but we do have several matters on closed session today, as described in section 14A, B, C, and D. And we will take that up after the AB 1234.
Okay. Anyone want to report on 1234, AB 1234?
Yes, Mr. President, this is Director Houston.
Go ahead.
Just real brief, since our last meeting on January 11th, I attended the Met Board Committee meetings, teleconferenced. On the 12th of January, the Met Board meeting by teleconference. And like all of us, on the 22nd of January, I attended the special board meeting of West Basin directors for the DEI training, which I also agree with Mr. Cadwallader that was excellent. So it was just an excellent presentation, excellent use of all of our time. And I want to say thank you to staff for putting that together. I really thoroughly enjoyed it and got a lot out of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, and we will move on to closed session. What about the call-in number?
Yes, the call-in number should be in your inboxes. Let me pull mine up. It was
don't broadcast the call-in number. We'll relay that to anybody who needs it.
Yeah, it was. Looks like it was emailed to the board at 11:04 this morning.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll go and get that started, President Williams.
Okay, so then we will recess to closed session.
Correct.
And we will reconvene after closed session.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello?
Hi, Director Williams. Are you guys coming back into the meeting now?
Yes, we're coming back.
Okay, let me get the others online. Hold on one second.
Okay.
This is Don Deere on the phone. Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. I'm here.
Good.
Desi's here. Steve's here.
How about Scott?
How
Gloria.
about Scott, Gloria? Not yet.
So I move we appoint Albert Roll as general manager. No, that's right. That's the wrong one.
Def-
Hi, Don.
Okay. So are we all here?
Yeah, it looks like it, President Williams.
Okay, now we'll have the general counsel to report out on our closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 to discuss two items of pending litigation, LA Waterkeeper versus West Basin and Rastegar versus West Basin. On both of those matters, instruction was given to staff, but no formal action was taken by the board. The board also met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 to discuss two items of potential litigation. On both of those matters, the instruction was given to staff by the board and no formal action was taken by the board. On 14D, the conference with legal counsel under Government Code Section 54957 on the performance review of the general manager. The board reviewed the general manager's performance and at this time has to act on the general manager's contract. The general manager's contract was entered into in February 26, 2018 with a 3-year term. The terms of that contract require that the board notify the general manager 1 month in advance by January 25th, 2021, today's date, of whether the district will extend the term or let the term expire. And at this time, it would be the appropriate time for the board to consider that notice.
This is Don. I'll make the motion to extend this term for 3 years.
We have a motion on the floor
I second the motion.
and it has been seconded. It's been moved by Director Deere, seconded by Director Gray. We'll call for the vote. Any discussion? We've had our discussion, so we'll do a roll call. All right. Director Alvarez.
I was caught a little bit by surprise with this particular item. And don't really have any history on the background, and felt that there wasn't enough time, at least for me to do proper deliberation as to the direction of the district moving forward. So at this point, I will abstain.
Okay. Director Houston.
No.
Okay. Director Gray.
Yes.
Director Deere.
Yes.
Director Williams. Yes. So it's 3 yes, 1 abstention, and 1 no. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so that, what's next on the agenda?
Director's comments or future agenda items?
Director's comments. Director's comments. Who wants to go?
Sure, I'll go. This is
Well, mine are very brief. Thank you to staff today for all their work. Thank you.
okay. Thank
Scott.
you. Thank you, Director Gray. I'll go very quickly. Yes, thank you very much to staff, as always. I also just want to say a couple things. Patrick, the sign at the Edsty Little water facility, it's still out again. I think we fixed it back in November, but the light has been out most of December and now January. I don't know what happened to that sign, but it's not working. I'm still also waiting on, I made a request at Finance Committee on the 15th of January regarding the electric bill at the Donald L. Dealer Building. I still have not heard anything from staff. So today's the 25th. So obviously when you guys get that to me, I'd appreciate it. We do have no meeting calendars at this point for February. So I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that. And I also wanted to see at some point the holiday schedule for the district. I had asked for that at last month's board meeting. I still haven't heard anything back. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, next.
President Williams, I have a question for Scott. Scott, you mentioned you asked for the electric bill. I recall the phone bills. Was it the electric bill as well as the phone bills?
I think it was, you know, you might be right, Pat, the phone bill, either way. But if you could look back and get that for me, I'd appreciate it.
We were putting that together, and I think as far as the sign is concerned, I'll check with Daryl, but he said he was doing some upgrades to it, but I will get back to you on those items.
Okay, Director Alvarez.
Just briefly, I want to thank Director Gray for her term as president of the board. For the brief time that I've been here, it was a pleasure to work with her, and I know we will be working together for at least another 4 years. And then congratulations to you, Director Williams, on taking on more work.
Well, thank you very much. Next is Director Gray.
Oh, I spoke. I think it's.
You did?
Well, let me thank you, Director Alvarez. Thank you for those comments. I appreciate it. But I did speak and thank staff. But thank you, Director Alvarez. Appreciate it.
Okay, then who's next?
This is Don Deere. I have a 5:30 virtual health meeting every fourth Monday of the month. So please stop talking.
Bye. Okay, well, I'm not done yet. I'm president, so I got some privileges. So I'm going to speak under future agenda items. Okay. Now, next month, February, will be Black History Month, and I understand that we're going to have a meeting, a board meeting, special board meeting, sometime next month to go over the committee assignments for each director. So in order to not violate the Brown Act, I want all of you to send to me or to think about what committees you want to serve, what committee you like to chair. I'll give you that, okay? But remember that my job as chair is to make the chair assignments, and that's the only thing I have other than running the meeting. So I'm going to look at this very carefully, okay? The other thing, so at that meeting, for the month of February, I'd like for the board to recognize February as Black History Month in some way. Mr. General Manager, you paying attention?
Very much so. We're already working on it.
Okay, very good. And also in the month of February, it's National Engineers Week. And the exact dates I don't know if I have them, but 21 through 27, but you can verify those dates. So I'd like for West Basin to recognize National Engineers Week in February.
Yes, we'll do that.
Okay. And that's it. And one final thing for I talked about the committee assignments. You're going to send that to me. It'd be great if you guys could get that to me tonight. That would be wonderful. And then you'll let me know about the date of the special board meeting in February, or would you do that this week? Patrick.
Yes.
So when is it?
Well, we plan to have a special board. You're talking about for the committee assignments in
Yeah.
particular? Probably be a bit tight to get it in this week, but we could try. If not this week, early next week, but we'll try to get it in before the next round of committee meetings.
Very good.
The calendar.
All right. That'll work then.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you all for showing up today, and look forward to working with you. And I just want to tell you that as far as my goals for the board, my goal is the same, or my commitment is the same as the commitment of West Basin. And I'll do everything in my power to make sure that we have all of the things that we need with your help to make sure that our staff has all of the information and equipment and resources they need to help us serve our constituents. So with that, see you next month.
President Williams, just before you go, we do have another meeting, a very, very brief one, I promise, for the Financing Corporation, where you have to log off and then come back on that one. That's going to take just a few minutes.
So Pat, that was my question. We have to log off and log on again?
Yes, I'm sorry about that, Desi, but please do that. What?
Okay.
That's not closed session.
Okay, you can, my staff here telling me you can stay on.
Right, okay.
That'll save a bunch of time. By the way, that meeting should be run by Gloria. She's still president of that corporation. And then there's an election of board officers that will take place during that meeting. So if you want to adjourn, we can go right into the next meeting.
I don't have an issue with that. Go ahead.